yang matung sa inan. Dia tengok dia punya tu ngam kan? Jas. Maybe ini dua mic nih. Ini kem dua. Mesti tiba daw no ban kalebo to nila. Ini kira yun ini bayo daw mic. Okay.
No need to bring the stand, huh?
If you want to use the stand, you can use the stand.
Okay.
We go through one.
Oh, ya. Oke lah, oke lah.
So, no maksa tadi luar yang.
Apa nih nah? Cukup jam lama.
Oh, okay lah. Kat bayak telur dia. Praktis kat bayak telur.
So,
It's okay. It's okay. We practice behind lah. Okay, not too loud.
this one. Nak kelekot ini. Willy, kasih turun. We don't need it. Thank you.
So you want to stand up?
We use this one.
Tanah telur dia biar suka til lah anda. Biar suka til lah tanah kawang.
Cukup jam.
Cukup jam.
That we go at the back there. We arrange.
Hey. Hey.
I don't know, no plan. Just like, you wanna check with Rohini?
Rohini. Sorry. For this event which is going to start, there'll be one person handling the moderator, is it?
Yes, it should be.
And there'll be 3 mics.
Oh, no, I don't know. You know, I'm not interested. Me.
Bang. Okay. Wireless 5 passing kat aku.
Ini semua, okay.
2, 3, 4 go on. Letak kita stand. 2, 3, 4 kau letak tepi ni je.
2, 3, 4. Letak sini ya?
Punya stand letak tepi ni tu.
Brandon, right?
Yes.
Those two girls should know. Did you ask her?
Okay. Okay. Wireless 5 kau simpan dulu.
5 dengan 4.
Four mics, simple. One mic, whoever is going to talk, the MC, whosoever, and 3 mics on stage, wireless mics.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah. So because what I was told, 3 mics on stage, and one person is going to be talking. So is the person going to be on the rostrum, or is the person going to be down? Is the person going to be? I'm just whoever's going to do the opening speech and all. They'll be one mic. This all can see it all. Need to check. So this mic, whoever's going to do this person. Alright, and the other 3 mics.
We will place the tables and then we'll be on.
Yes, so I need the tables there now. The table there. Set up. Hey. Okay, nanti 2, 3, 4 dengan lu 4, okay, 5 bagi kat aku. Untuk yang diorang start event yang depan ni, diorang akan letak 3 microphone letak. So yang 3 wireless mic ni, antara kita letak atas meja atau kita letak stand tu. Pakai stand ni dulu. Pakai stand ni dulu. Ada. Ikut lah. Jangan kabut sekali orang ni.
Betul lah. Hai tu.
Hey.
Hey.
Just take a minute. Take a table. Hey, 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 hey,
No, everything different. Can ask him.
hey, 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 hey. Check. Mic 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check. Hey, 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 hey. Just. Hey, hey, hey. Check. Mic 1, 2. Hey, hey. Just. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Check. Mic 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check.
Yang ni ke wireless. Wireless ni. Saya ada. Okay. The volume.
satu. Jadi ada. Okay. Berapa? 5.
Apa tu? Yeah, is there another small table like that? But can you find another small table? But you know who's taking over?
Thanks. Yeah. Crazy.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Wow, it works. I invite everyone to come in and sit on the tables. I know it's a bit strange to talk about Malaysia on an empty food table, so we hope the speakers will fill our thoughts and our minds with enough issues of Malaysia that will keep us going till dinner. Can I invite those outside to join us? If the tables are full, you have to kindly go up to the auditorium where you can still follow all the proceedings. If you are tweeting or sending an SMS or writing on the Facebook, please inform your friends that from 5 p.m. onwards today, you can watch the live webcast of the plenary sessions at the People's Forum on the ASEANpeople.org website or live.malaysiakini website. Bagi kawan-kawan dari Malaysia atau mungkin beberapa orang dari Indonesia, kalau perlukan penterjemahan, harus ke belakang di tengah sana ya. Ada macam bilik penterjemahan di sana. So kamu boleh ke sana dan ambil alat penterjemahan. And alat penterjemahan ni kamu berkongsi ya untuk 2 orang. Share that translation equipment with 2 people so that more people can use it. This is only translation from English to Malay. Penterjemahan dari bahasa Inggeris ke bahasa Melayu. Okay friends, let us warmly welcome our 3 speakers to take their seats on the stage so that it's a bit more cooler. I just see the aircon is starting to work. So can we give a big hand for Dato' Ambiga Srinivasan, the former chair of Bar Council, former chair of Bersih 2.0 in Malaysia. She's a hero, she's known everywhere. Everybody wants to take a selfie, so from those not from Malaysia, you can also take selfies, wifis. We're also very honored to have Professor Johan Savaramutu, who's very well known as an activist from Penang, Aliran activist, and a renowned academician who's now, I think, still teaching in Singapore. A big round of applause for Professor Johan. And we're also very fortunate today to have a youth representative, Sabaria Yusri, the Deputy Chair of Belia Jaringan Orang Asal, which is the National Network of Indigenous People Malaysia. Let's give a hand for Sabaria Yusri. Okay. Okay friends, while our speakers take the seat and get ready, you must be wondering why is there one more empty chair. That empty chair is for our moderator. You know, Kuala Lumpur has traffic jam situation, but he's in the train, so I don't know how is the traffic jam happening, but he's almost here, so don't worry. That's quite a good friend, Shirat Kutan, who works in BFM, radio station. So if everybody is settled, let me say a few words to just start up this session to get the ASEAN People's Forum, the ASEAN Civil Society Conference 2015 going. So how are you feeling so far? Are you happy to be here in this place for APF? I'm not hearing your sound. This hall is too big for your soft yes. Okay, that sounds like it is from Cambodia maybe. Can I hear some sound from Vietnam a bit louder? Ah, okay, now I hear power. I don't hear any sound from Indonesia. Okay, they are alive. Malaysia, the host. Ah, okay. So Malaysia's around. Laos? Very good. Myanmar? Okay, Myanmar is a champion. Okay. Philippines? Philippines is normally small group but very loud, very effective. Philippines, we must learn from them. And did I miss out Laos, Cambodia, Singapore? Oops. Singapore, please, Singapore. Normally island nations we cannot see on the map, but here hopefully we can see. Singapore, anyone from Singapore? Okay, sound from Singapore please, 1, 2, go. Give them a hand, very 3 souls, give them a hand. Did I leave out anybody else? Oh, sorry, my friends, okay, I know who. Brunei Darussalam. A clap for Brunei. Okay, now we need a clap for what we call as our ASEAN peoples. In the ASEAN government there's 10, in the ASEAN people there's 11. Oh, okay, I forgot, yeah, Shalida, I hear Thailand, sorry. Thailand, I think the biggest delegation here is Thailand and Cambodia. Now from the numbers, it's Thailand and Cambodia, the champions of the foreign participants here. But we are very happy that, we are very happy to announce that the People's ASEAN is 11 countries, not 10. The government's ASEAN is 10. The People's ASEAN is, the number 11 is Timor-Leste. So so where is Timor-Leste? Everybody is clapping their hand. Okay. So everyone is Timor-Leste here. That's good. We have about 5 or 6 people from Timor-Leste. Okay, friends, thank you for being here. We've already arrived, and I want to warmly welcome you to Malaysia. So please give yourselves a hand for your journey, for all the trouble you took. Give yourselves a big round of applause for making it to ASEAN People's Forum 2015. Since July last year, we have been meeting at the Malaysian National Organizing Committee and from September with the Regional Committee to organize this ASEAN People's Forum. Okay? I would like to take this opportunity to thank every member of the National Organizing Committee who has spent lots of energy and time, and members of the Regional Organizing Committee that you will get to know maybe in the evening when we'll ask them to recognize themselves, for having worked so hard in the spirit of volunteerism. I want to particularly thank the community organizations like JAWS, which Sabaria comes from, the National Network of Indigenous People, and then the West Malaysian Orang Asli Indigenous Network, PERMAS, the Urban Poor Organization, and People Service Organization for opening up their homes to organize a field trip exposure program for the people. So let's give JCOSM, JAWS, PERMAS, and PSO a big round of applause for organizing the field trips. Thank you. My friends at the back, if there is no place on the chairs, you have to go upstairs. This hall is not big enough to take all of us. So you can move up, you can listen and watch everything. There's still lots of places upstairs. This front row is reserved for some people, I think, at the dinner. So please understand. We as the National Organizing Committee also do apologize for any shortcomings. We've been struggling and we keep trying, as you can see, to manage 1,500 people, which is something quite new for us, quite a big event. We only planned for 1,000 people, but this is called a happy mess. The good mess when more people want to come, and we will try to manage it. So with that, I'm very happy to say that Malaysia welcomes you, the people of Malaysia welcome you, the NGO activists welcomes you to this ASEAN Civil Society Conference and ASEAN People's Forum. I want to ask you, why do we actually take our time to come for the ASEAN People's Forum? Does anyone know? Why do you spend so much of money, so much of energy, time, hours to organize your people and bring them together? We took a journey of 10 months to organize, but the ASEAN People's Forum took a journey of 10 years, and we are still here. And we wonder why we are here. And I think today the panelists will maybe give some hint. As Malaysians, we have a lot of issues we want to speak and bring up at the ASEAN platform. So as you are here for ASEAN, maybe many of us are thinking, wow, how many of you are here for the first time to Malaysia? Can I see a show of hands? First time to Malaysia. A show of hands, first time to Malaysia. Not bad, about 30%, 40%. Thank you, because we welcome your money for tourism in Malaysia. We're very happy for that. But you know that this is a chance to get to know each other, to see the sights. It's true. Malaysia has beautiful beaches, mountains, like your country. We have loads of beautiful things like your country. But you are also here to go beyond the beauty as a tourist. And that's the reason we have come together today as ASEAN people. So before I end, I want to share with you that as Malaysians, when we met in July, we were asking ourselves, why do we want to organize this ASEAN People's Forum? Most of us were not so active in ASEAN issues for a long time. Some of us were, and we say, wow, this is a lot of pain and trouble. Why do we need to do it? Is ASEAN effective? Can ASEAN play a role to help people and their issues? And so then we're wondering, oh my, why do we need to do this if ASEAN is not effective? And then many of us said, we have to play good host to our neighbors who are coming to this land of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And that's why we are here today to say that as ASEAN People's Forum and Civil Society Conference, we don't want to just talk about the ASEAN at the top. We want to talk about the ASEAN at the people's level at the bottom. So there are beautiful things in Malaysia that you have. How many of your countries have beautiful beaches like Malaysia? Can I see a show of hands? Okay, you sure your beaches are more beautiful than Malaysia? You sure? Okay, very good. How many of you have beautiful mountains in your countries? Okay. How many of you have beautiful traffic jams like Malaysia? Okay, Indonesia wins, I'm sure. Indonesia wins, yeah. But beyond tourism, how many of us also have pain and suffering of the people in our countries? How many of us have detention without trial in our countries? Can I see a show of hand? How many of us have police brutality still happening in our countries? Can I see a show of hands? This is what brings us together, because we don't want this to happen anymore. And that's, as Malaysians, today you will hear the panelists sharing with you why we are here, to unite with you, to bring about a different ASEAN, a different Malaysia, a different Cambodia, a different Vietnam, and all the countries. So with that, I will wish you a very good forum on Malaysia this afternoon. And after the forum, we will take a short break of half an hour, and then the opening dinner, the official opening dinner, led by our guest of honor, will be in the same hall and venue. So I think I've done my part. I want to wish you good luck and good success for this coming few days for the ASEAN People's Forum. And I'm really very happy now to pass it over to our moderator, Sharat Kutan, who battled the traffic jams through an LRT train. Over, give a hand to Sharat Kutan. Yeah?
Thank you very much, Gerald. And apologies to all and sundry for my tardiness. It is raining out there, but the rains have stopped, so good news for everybody except people in traffic. Now, we don't have very much time. We have about an hour before we have to wrap up this session. This session is specifically on the state of affairs in Malaysia, but I think we are all cognizant of the fact that this is a regional forum and the conversation has to be a regional one. And so the question is how, especially us Malaysians in the audience and on the panel, include all our friends from neighboring countries in this conversation. I think that's going to be the chief challenge for this afternoon's session. So the session is very simply titled, Welcome to Malaysia. And it is a strange Malaysia indeed that you're being welcomed to, one full of tensions and contradictions. For some of you, Kuala Lumpur is a gleaming city. For others, they see through the facade and understand some of the realities that we hope our speakers will be able to address. You're very lucky to have three very important voices in terms of the Malaysian civil society and a voice that has been struggling to make itself felt. Notably, we have Ambika Srinivasan, former chair of the Bar Council, also with per se the electoral reform movement that brought thousands of people to the streets and did in fact change the way we think about governance in this country, and definitely in terms of the role of people in that process. The other person on the stage is Professor Johan Sarvanamuthu. He is an academic by training and has an illustrious past as a member of that wonderful collective in Penang, the Aliran Collective, that really pushed forward the agenda of a concerned academic community weighing in consistently and systematically on matters that affect the ordinary person and also national policy. And finally, we have Sabaria Yusri, Deputy Chair, Belia Jaringan Orang Asal, who is going to be giving you a ground-up version of view or perspective on what is happening in Malaysia. I understand, because we have such limited time, we've decided to limit the presentations to about 10 minutes each, not more than 10 minutes from each of the presenters. And then we'll open the floor up to questions and comments so that we can generate a conversation. This conversation, the difficulty will be in kind of keeping time at this point. Also, just to note again that this is a regional conversation, so if you're not from Malaysia, you know, please draw on comparisons or contrast with your own context and enrich the conversation that way. And perhaps at the end, my own desire, I put that in as a moderator, is to see a conversation that is balanced, that has perspective, and that has a sense of proportion, that we do talk about the problems, but we also highlight some of the silver linings on what essentially is a somewhat dark cloud hovering over Malaysia at this point in time. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, Ambika Srinivasan. Just to say, I am Sharad Kutin, and I'm with a radio station for people who are not from Malaysia, which is why I think I'm here. But Ambika, who of course I've already done a short introduction, and you can ask her more about her work in Bersih and also as a member of the legal fraternity in that regard. 10 minutes for you, Ambika. Do you want to speak from the podium? Okay.
Thank you very much, Sharad. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome our ASEAN counterparts to this forum as we all stand in solidarity with each other to promote more just societies domestically and a more just ASEAN community. As you can see, and I think you've heard from Gerald, what a vibrant society Malaysia is. You have seen it for yourself. You have seen how rich we are in our diversity, our cultural heritage, our talent, our natural resources. So really, we should be enjoying all of this together. Yet, instead of celebrating our diversity, we appear to have lost our way. Today, we are a nation deeply divided along religious and racial lines, as well as socio-economic lines. On the international front, Malaysia has done well. We were on the Human Rights Council twice. We now have a non-permanent seat on the Security Council. Yet, at home, the very human rights and moderation that we speak of overseas eludes us here. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 1 month, and because I have 10 minutes, I have to speed it up. In the last 1 month alone, we have seen the passing of legislation that is a crude assault on human rights. Just when we thought things were getting better, since the dark days from before, where political opponents were locked up without trial, we have slipped again, and very badly. I have asked myself, actually, what Malaysians have done to deserve this? What have we done to deserve such a stifling of our freedoms? We're pretty peace-loving. So, what is it? The answer, I believe, is power, or rather, a perceived losing of power from a government who has now ruled for 58 years. It started in 2008 elections, when there was an unprecedented challenge to the political status quo, and where for the first time we had a viable opposition. For the first time, the 2/3 majority in parliament enjoyed by the ruling coalition was denied to them. For the first time, the important states of Penang and Selangor fell to the opposition. Things started to change since then. But the 2013 general elections, that is our 13th general elections, saw no real improvement for the governing coalition. In fact, they lost the popular vote. The opposition had about 51% and the Barisan Nasional about 49%. Barisan Nasional is the ruling coalition. And then our human rights record went south. Now, first item up for me, free and fair elections. The general elections, 13 general elections, was one of the dirtiest that we have seen in our country. So dirty that after the elections, it was felt necessary to set up an independent panel to examine what happened in the GE13. Unfortunately, despite calls by civil society, the government was reluctant to hold such, to set up such a panel. So, BERSE, which is the movement for free and fair elections, decided to set up its own tribunal, what we call the People's Tribunal. So that was set up. We had very eminent people sitting on our panel. And the final conclusion of this panel was that, and I will just read two sentences to you. They said, overall, taking into account the macro level of apportionment, there is some reason to believe that the wrong party was declared to have won the 2013 elections. They also said, looking at all the broad parameters for elections that have integrity, and they listed several, they said the inescapable conclusion must be that GE13 fell short in every one of these aspects. So that was a damning report by the People's Tribunal. Needless to say, the government authorities, and this includes I put the EC as a government authority, I'm sorry, in my view they are not independent. They behave like a branch of the government. They didn't turn up for this tribunal. Now, why would a so-called independent election commission not want to turn up for a people's tribunal on free and fair elections? I leave that to you to answer. But perhaps we should, in ASEAN, pay more attention to the question of free and fair elections in each country. Perhaps we should have an ASEAN People's Tribunal. Perhaps we should set up a permanent ASEAN People's Tribunal, because if our countries and their governments are reluctant to hold inquiries into matters of human rights violations as well as free and fair elections, then the people need to take it upon themselves. You may well ask, what is the use of this report? Well, it is a very important record for the country. It was necessary to hear the evidence, and those of us who sat through it were horrified to hear of some of the events that had taken place, the extent to which the elections were in fact dirty in Malaysia in GE13. And by the way, not just the People's Tribunal find elections in Malaysia dirty, the Electoral Integrity Project has found Malaysia's elections to be flawed. In fact, Malaysia is number 114 out of 127 countries surveyed. 114, that is an utter disgrace. Now let me just name some of the other ASEAN countries that were also looked at. Indonesia was 51, although it appears again at 82 perhaps. Then there's Thailand at 88. There's Philippines at 91. But Malaysia is pretty much one of the worst, 114 out of 127. And the report actually held that of all the countries that they surveyed, our polling boundaries are the worst in the world. Now, I don't know how we can just ignore a report like that, but we are ignoring the report, by the way. The Election Commission is ignoring the report because as we speak, they carry on with the process of redelineation that is going to ensure that the 14th general elections is as dirty as the 13th general elections. Now that's free and fair elections. Now very quickly, I know I have about 5 minutes left, but 1 month ago, well, in the last 1 month, it's been a bad month. What I can say to you is since the 13 GE, time up, 3 minutes. Since the 13 GE, we have had a situation where non-state actors and state actors have become more and more racist and more divisive, in relation to the people of Malaysia. Now, what they do is they use state and non-state actors. We see religion and race constantly being used. Now, race and religion is very easy to use in this country as a divisive factor. We have race-based parties. We have a dual legal system. We have, of course, irresponsible politicians who are happy to create this kind of distrust. But there are two things that happen. One is that we've had a tightening of the Sedition Act. In most jurisdictions, the Sedition Act has been done away with. Not here. We have tightened the Sedition Act. And let me tell you, sedition is defined in a very nebulous terms under our Act. And the punishment for sedition is a minimum of 3 years. Previously, you could get fines, you could get possible jail terms. But the discretion of the court has been removed. If you are charged and found guilty of sedition of this nebulous charge, where the standard of proof is very low, required is very low, you could get 3 years. If you have what you say actually causes bodily harm, you could get up to 20 years. So this is for speech. This is for nothing else but speech. So that's one. The second piece of legislation, disgraceful piece of legislation, is the Prevention of Terrorism Act. And let me just tell you this, there is no judicial oversight in relation to that, and, and we have one of the worst pieces of legislation. Our Prevention of Terrorism Act is even more extensive than many other countries where the threat of terrorism is worse. I think, really, I think that's all the time they're giving me, but let me finish with this, with what the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Zaid Rad Al Hussein, had said. He said, he was talking about the Sedition Act and POTA, and he said he expressed concern about the passage of that act. He says it's very disappointing that the Malaysian government is now proposing to make a bad law worse, and he finally ends by saying he urges Malaysia as chair of ASEAN to ensure that its leadership role at the regional and international levels is backed up by a firm commitment to ensure the human rights of all in Malaysia. With that, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ambika. Just a quick show of hands. How many of you in the room are from Brunei? Do we have any delegates from Brunei? So we have the people who don't have elections. How many of you from Laos and Vietnam? So there are our friends from Laos and Vietnam, countries that have a one-party state. How many of us are from Thailand, Myanmar, Malaysia, Singapore? Okay, so these are countries that academics like to call soft authoritarian states. Soft or hard, they are authoritarian nevertheless. Bright sparks on the horizon. Friends from Indonesia and the Philippines. Yes, okay, so there's hope for democratic change in the region. We know where Indonesia and the Philippines came from. Philippines, of course, had their EDSA revolution, and Indonesia, more recently, their reformasi total, maybe, or not. But at any rate, political change is probably the hardest thing to affect in the region, and I think Ambika noted some of the pushback on that. The next person who's actually written extensively on the subject and has a new book, Coalitions in Collisions, Malaysia's 13 general elections that Ambika just referenced, is a veteran academic. I know people don't like this term, veteran, but I'm going to call you veteran nevertheless. And because, as I mentioned before, part of that wonderful collective of academics, concerned scholars in Penang, the Aliran group. Without further ado, Joanne, can I ask you to take the mic? A quick note to all media people, there is going to be a press conference after this program, so stick around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharad, and a very good evening to everybody. Ambiga is always a very hard act to follow, and it's even harder to speak in 10 minutes, given all the things I have to say. But however, I do have a PowerPoint, and maybe that will sort of help me zip through the major kind of issues that I want to touch on. And essentially, I mean, in the context of ASEAN, I don't put it in the PowerPoint, as Sharad has pointed out, what are the kinds of impulses and developments that would lead to democratic change in Malaysia, in ASEAN. And Malaysia is an example where perhaps one could say that the electoral politics of which I'm going to speak about is moving somewhat in the direction of democratic change. Some people are very hopeful and very sanguine that we are moving towards a two-party system. Indeed, since Ambiga talked about 2008, there has been a sort of a breach of the one-party dominant, very, very dominant, one-party system that we've had since 1957. We had that breach of two-thirds of the seats in parliament have been, the two-thirds majority of the seats in parliament, which was controlled by the dominant party, has been breached. And now, up till today, and in fact, in the 13th general election in 2013, that situation has continued. Now, if you can have the first slide. Basically, Malaysia is a country, I think, like most electoral democracies in the world, which follow the first past the post system, which is, the first person to get beyond his opponent wins. That sort of system gives rise to what political scientists have called manufactured majorities. And if I were to be candid, and if you look at the table below there, you can see that those sorts of manufactured majorities have existed since the first election of Malaysia in 1959. There were two important breaches. In 1969, you saw, or important ruptures, you saw the opposition winning 48.4% of the votes. If you can see that little figure there. However, the opposition winning a majority of the votes, the popular vote, and the government party only winning 48.4. But even with less than 50% of the votes, they were able to win a majority of seats in parliament. So that situation has continued, and the 2013 election is particularly interesting or instructive for those of us who work with civil society and who want to see a more, just system. Basically, the opposition parties, the Pakatan Rakyat, have actually gained something like 52% of the parliamentary, of the popular vote in the parliamentary elections. And yet, they are unable to get a majority of seats in parliament. And why is this so? This is so because the Malaysian electoral system, like again many systems that you'll find across the globe, has this problem of malapportionment. There are certain seats which are given more weightage than others, and in the Malaysian case, it's usually the rural seats that are given more weightage. There are more seats located in the rural areas where the dominant party has been in control than in the urban areas. And as we have a rising middle class, urbanization, more and more people are voting opposition, and in particular you see in the states of Penang, Selangor, including even Perak, you see that the opposition has done very well, and yet most of the time they are unable to cross that line. However, 2008 was very important. I don't know whether we have the slide for that, but no, it's okay. 2008 was important for the fact that there were 5 state governments which fell to the opposition. So that was an important democratic change. So despite the fact that you don't have a two-party system, truly a two-party system at the level of, or at the national level, at the federal level, you do have, in a sense, a two-party system if you look at politics at the state level. You have some states which are governed by the BN and some states which are governed by the Pakatan Rakyat. So that is a very important, I think, development. And I think civil society and people who work on the ground can take heart that that sort of development is occurring and continues to develop, perhaps even in 2013 and possibly in 2018 or 2017 when the next election is called. So again, I don't have very much time, about 5 or so minutes. Maybe we can just zip through the slides. What's the next one? I think, can we go to GE13 results? Now there you see that, what I talked about, winning a majority of the popular vote doesn't entitle you necessarily to win the maximum number of seats or proportionate number of seats in Parliament. Now you look at the next slide, which is shows you the results at Parliament and state level. You can see that, with a quick glance, we can see that the opposition party is doing extremely well. And we look at the next one, which is a very bad diagram. I'm sorry, it's a bit blur. But you can see there that the states in Malaysia is a federal system, as some of you may know. So we have different states, and each state has its own state government. And you can see that the popular vote for many of these states is rising. In fact, oddly enough, for the state or for the area which is called, do I have it here? Putrajaya. Putrajaya is not exactly a state, but some people might say it is a state, it's a seat of government. You can see that the opposition has done very well. It has increased its percentage of votes to a very high level. You can see that there. And you can see in Penang and Selangor, and in Perak, which is a very interesting case. In Perak, the opposition won almost 54% of the votes, and yet they were not able to take a majority of seats in the State Assembly. So there's your system. I think patently unfair because we don't have a system which has a level of proportional representation. And some of us who are in electoral reform would call for a system whereby we should have some level of proportional representation along with this so-called first past the post system. So I suppose I should just end up by a few concluding remarks. It's not entirely bleak, the situation in Malaysia. I think there is some evidence, the last slide, but I just put down a whole lot of words, but let me just summarize. What we have seen is essentially a tracking of two coalitions, and some would say a kind of a two-party system. Now, this has reached a bit of an impasse, where you have the BN and the PR coalitions more or less winning about 50% of the votes. So it is a bit of an impasse, but because of the gerrymandering and the malapportionment, the BN is still in power. But both of them suffer from a weakness in terms of the manner in which they share power. Because Malaysia is a multi-ethnic society, and increasingly, as we know, societies across the globe are becoming more multi-ethnic. But Malaysia had the sort of the models for ethnic cooperation from the very beginning. But that model of ethnic cooperation is failing badly. It's failing badly with respect to the manner in which the BN is handling it. It's too long, too many stories to tell you, but essentially, let me just put it in one way, the parties which used to be very strong, and the parties which represented the minorities, the minority communities in Malaysia, are increasingly losing their clout within the BN. BN is governing essentially by its rural vote and by its strength in the East Malaysian states. So that's a very unhealthy situation. It's a bit of a legitimacy crisis. For the PR, unfortunately, they have also got their problems. The PR have the problems because they haven't exactly found the right model. I've used a very big word, centripetalism. But that sort of model calls for a level of moderation in your policies. Unfortunately, as some of you may be following, some of the news in Malaysia, the Islamic Party in Malaysia is pushing towards more extreme policies, and that has created, a conflict between the DAP and the PAS. So that sort of push away from moderate policies, away from the center, where you can share power in a meaningful and cooperative way, is not really gelling yet. within the Pakatan Rakyat. So you have, in fact, a very serious problem in Malaysia where the BN is in crisis, and in some sense, the Pakatan Rakyat is also in crisis. But I suppose we all continue to fight on. We will continue to work for democracy, and we will push our representatives in the direction of more moderate policies so that we can find that middle ground and reach a level of democracy that will bring justice to the people. Thank you.
Thanks, Johan, and you'll have a chance to ask him more questions when we have the Q&A system session. I wonder, in fact, we have mics in the audience for that Q&A, just to confirm it with the organizers. But very quickly, I'll call Sabaria Yusri. She is the Deputy Chair of the Youth Wing of the Indigenous Peoples Network of Malaysia. Indigeneity is a very hotly contested notion in Malaysia, and as it is in many countries in the region. She's promised to give us a ground-up view of one of the tiniest communities in the country, whose numbers, in fact, in some ways, don't allow them to pressure the government or the system to be responsive. So I'll ask Sabaria if she will give a presentation. It includes slides. Thanks.
Benda kabayan, how are you? My name is Sabaria. My community and my friends maybe know me as Mia. Like many, the 200 orang asli in Peninsular Malaysia, I grew up in my own community in Sungai Mai, in the interior of Pahang. My parents brought me up to be a proud Jahot and to have a close attachment to our customary lands. At that time, I only knew it was a beautiful land with green hills, clean rivers, and a lot of plants and animals that we needed and used. But now I realize that it is these lands which is what makes me a Jahot. It is the source of our livelihoods and our identity. It is our homeland. My orang asli brothers and sisters tell me that they feel the same way. But now, these religions are the targets of other peoples. They want the timber on the lands without the care to what happens to the wildlife and the rivers. They want the minerals in the lands without a care to what happened to the environment. And worse still, they want the land itself as if the land is without owners and without a heartbeat. Although we are called the orang asli or original people, we feel like we are outsider in our lands. We are subject to outside laws. We are also subjected to outside policies. And we frequently have to face outsiders who come to take our lands or steal our resources. Like my people, the other orang asal groups in Malaysia are experiencing the same situation. Basically, our lands, our cultures, and our identity are not given the due recognition that we, as the indigenous peoples of Malaysia, should get. I know that this is also the situation of my peoples and my indigenous brothers and sisters in the other ASEAN countries. Our cultures and our languages may be different. Our living environments may also be different. But I can say that we united in many ways. We each have our own customary or ancestral lands, which we hold very dear to our heart, and we want to ensure that they remain in our hands. We are among the most marginalized sectors in our own countries, and it is always a struggle to get others to see that our cultures and our unique identities are worth protecting and defending. It is now our turn to be responsible in making sure that our children can inherit this gift so that they too can pass it on to their children. Indigenous peoples today, therefore, including our youths and our women, need to be ensured that they can remain as indigenous people. World opinions has been generally on our side for some time now. UNESCO has recognized that the biocultural diversity of our environments are sustained today only because we, indigenous peoples, play an important role as stewards of the environment and as keepers of the heritage we inherit. Today, almost the countries in the world have endorsed the UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Although it is a non-binding document, it makes our government morally responsible to establish standards for the recognition and protection of indigenous people's rights. In September last year, the UN organized the high-level plenary meeting of the General Assembly known as the World Conference on Indigenous Peoples. In its outcome document, governments committed themselves to make changes at the national level. They are to make legislative changes, policy changes, and also take administrative measures to achieve the end of the UNDRIP. The political and economic leaders of ASEAN want to build an ASEAN community by this year. For us, indigenous peoples, we know the meaning of community and what it takes to be a member of one. In fact, a major human rights element in the ASEAN Sociocultural Community Blueprint is the improvement of the well-being and livelihood of the people of ASEAN by providing them with equitable access to human development opportunities. This is to be done by promoting and investing in education and lifelong learning, human resource training, and capacity building. Although governments in ASEAN have put aside a big budget for the advancements of indigenous peoples in their country, we, however, often treated like a charity case. We need to move away from seeing indigenous peoples as poor and marginalized. Otherwise, indigenous peoples will forever be the receiver of state handouts and charity. In the context of indigenous peoples, it is clear that for the ASEAN community concept to work for indigenous peoples, two important basic concepts must be accepted in all dealings with our peoples and our territories. This is the right to self-determination and the right to free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC. If the goal to recognize the right of indigenous peoples in ASEAN, then we must strengthen our indigenous movement and make every person in civil society and the government understand that all our concerns, all our aspirations, and all our demands can be addressed if we adopt and follow the two main principles in the UNDRIP. This, again, the right to self-determination and the right to free, prior, and informed consent. In this regard, I should say that we must involve indigenous women and youth in the decision-making process because their perspectives matter and should be taken into account. All things said, it is evident that ASEAN should people first in all its dealings and planning. Only then will our resources be used fairly. Only then will our environment be sustainable. Only then will the climate nurture us and protect us. We urge ASEAN states to stop slacking and to start acting. For a start, introduce laws and policies that are inclusive of the rights of indigenous people. Only when ASEAN puts peoples, deserts, ordinary peoples, indigenous peoples as the focus of its policy and programs, will ASEAN truly become a community. Only then will ASEAN achieve its goal of a people-centered ASEAN. On behalf of the Orang Asal of Malaysia, I welcome you to our lands. If you have a chance, please visit our exhibition booth and be sure to share in the betel nut and sireh as a symbol of our solidarity and in keeping with our culture. I wish you a pleasant stay in Malaysia, and may your discussion be fruitful and productive for all peoples in ASEAN. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabaria, and you'll be able to ask her questions shortly. There will be a mic floating around, being held by somebody really, at the floor. You could see could you hold your hand up, the mic? Okay, so just hold up your hands and keep your comments and questions as short as possible so we can have as lively a discussion as possible in the next 15 minutes. Also, just that announcement again for the media people, there will be a press conference after this program. It'll be held at the VIP room / media room on the 3rd floor. And so perhaps we can begin with some of the kinds of statements that you've heard. I mean, I'd like to know, in some ways, how we deal with the very difficult problem of democracy, because on one hand we're promoting it, but democracy in some sense is a numbers game and disenfranchises the smallest of communities. So there are those kinds of questions to be asked. But let's take a question from the floor. Are there any questions from the floor or comments? And would you like to direct it to any of the speakers? You have Ambiga Srinivasan on your extreme right, in the middle, Johan Saranamuttu, and on your extreme left, Sabaria Yusri. These, of course, are just positions, not ideological stances. So, any questions from the floor? Your mics working, all of you? Have you got your mics on? Any comments from the floor?
Gurmeet Singh.
Yes, Gurmeet Singh, a veteran environmentalist.
I'm a little bit older than Johan, so he's not such a veteran after all. No, I just want to put the general question. We talk about democracy, guided democracy and all that. But looking at all the things, we know that elections are rigged, that votes can be bought very easily, especially in Sabah and Sarawak. Now, how do we actually overcome this thing that has been undermining the so-called democratic process? Vote buying, when it comes to the crunch, doesn't matter. You give them 100 ringgit, they'll vote the way you want. That's how the Sarawak elections keep on being won by the same party. And as you have rightly pointed out, Sabah and Sarawak are crucial to the BN now. How can we really overcome that problem of money at the ground level and people willing to vote if you give them just a few 100 ringgit? Thanks.
Thank you, Gurmeet. So the question has to do with money politics writ large, and that's a problem for the region as a whole. I think it's a question that all three of you can answer in some ways. The Orang Asli community in the peninsula also is affected by this. But Ambiga, do you want to take that question first?
Well, this is exactly why we have Bersih, actually. It's not an easy problem to overcome. I think you'll even find it in the Orang Asal community. East Malaysia is particularly bad. For me, it's a question of working on the ground, it's a question of education, it's a question of advocacy. And I think that's what civil society is trying to do. Because, you see, without an independent election commission, all these problems are very difficult to overcome. Because they have the power to do something about it, but they refuse to do it. So I think what we need to do is keep on publicizing it in the hope that they will be embarrassed at some point. They are not embarrassed yet about what's happened, but we hope they will be. But For me, the other angle is to push for an independent election commission. For me, not a lot is going to change until this lot go and we get a truly independent election commission.
Johan, don't you?
Sure. Thank you, Gromit, for the question. We are about the same age. Maybe not. You're slightly older. It is a very tough one, Gromit, and I think all of us who have been working with civil society and groups which have tried to monitor the elections. For example, we in Penang, Aliran was involved in some of the monitoring. Even in GE13, there was a Pemantau group that was out there monitoring elections. But even with that close observation of what goes on, Ambiga is very much aware of all those things, per se organized many of those groups. There will still be that invisible passing of money to the voter. So that's very difficult. And I think I agree 100% with Ambiga that we do have to have education on the ground or awareness campaigns. That is very important. Now, having said that, I think there are also structural ways in which you can ensure that elections are not rigged and the rules are followed properly, and that is to ensure and that you can actually implement those kinds of rules if you had a very strong independent election commission. So I think one of the first things that we as Malaysians have to, and everywhere across the globe, have to work at is to ensure you have that independent body which can ensure that these technical things are done so that the elections are not, the majorities, as I put it, are not manufactured, they are actually earned. The majorities that you win, they are earned. But apart from that, of course, as I pointed out, our system itself is flawed because we have this first past the post system. Now, if you had, even with all the rigging, Gromit, you know that in 2013, the Pakatan Rakyat won more than 50% of the votes. Now, that should have delivered at least a simple majority in parliament. So until you change the electoral system, we have to also push for that change. Until you change it to a more just system, you're not going to be able to overcome that kind of problem.
I've asked Sabaria to respond as well, and I think, will respond in Bahasa Malaysia, and I will translate, yeah? So the question in Bahasa Malaysia is, bagaimana mengatasi masalah politik wang di sektor yang terpinggir, ya? Seperti orang asal di Semenanjung.
Okey, ini pendapat saya yang lebih menjurus kepada komuniti setempat saya lah. Biasanya kerana kami orang asli ini kerajaan telah menubuhkan satu agensi kerajaan yang dinamakan Jabatan Kemajuan Orang Asli. Ya. Jadi sejak dari dulu lagi kami kebebasan kami untuk berpolitik dan untuk untuk self determination telah dikawal oleh jabatan ini. Bagi saya lah pendapat.
Okay, so that just to translate, in my community that has been for the longest time governed by government agencies, our capacity to engage fully in politics has been limited. That's a free translation, so.
Sorry. Yeah, that's why ada tertubuhnya agensi kerajaan ini yang mana telah lama kira menjaga orang asli dan mengawal dari segi kebebasan berpolitik. Jadi mereka sudah terdedah kepada politik melalui wang untuk sokong mereka. So cara bagi pendapat saya, cara untuk menyelesaikan masalah ini adalah Jabatan Kemajuan Orang Asli tersebut perlu dimansuhkan atau orang asli sendiri yang berada di jabatan itu. So kami boleh membuat keputusan dengan bebas.
So Sabaria is calling, that's why the applause at the back, calling for the dismantling of the agencies that have been tasked with protecting and also controlling the orang asal community. Dan selanjutnya ada.
And also to allow the orang asli orang asal to set up their own organizations.
Yes, and to set up their own organization. Okay, should we take another question from the floor? Okay, the mic person. It is a big hall. The gentleman in the back. Are there questions on this side? No. Could you please identify yourself?
My name is Simon Sipaun. I come from Sabah, Malaysia, and first Sabahan next. The word Sabah was mentioned, so that encouraged me to speak up because I think first rightly mentioned in the case of Sabah, unfortunately the literacy standard is very much lower than we want it to be. So a lot of people are carried away just before the election. This is just more common than anything else. But first, I think the way I see Malaysia is the present government has been in power in respect of Malaya for the last 57 plus years. They have not known any other form of existence apart from ruling and possibly bullying. Secondly, in the case of Sabah, I think some of the Malaysians here in 1999, our chief minister lost the state seat of Likas because the High Court found out that the electoral roll was tainted. So he lost the seat. Unfortunately, instead of cleaning up the electoral roll, what happened? The government amended the act to make it impossible to challenge it once the electoral roll has been gazetted. So I think this is very unfortunate. I think the logical thing would have been to clean up the electoral roll because even the High Court said, has found out that it was tainted. Unfortunately, that was not going to be the case. Now back to Sabah.
Sir, I got to interrupt you. You have exactly 30 seconds to wrap up your comment.
All right. In Sabah, in the case of Sabah, what happened? We have hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants who have been illegal to start with, but become legal, and they have been given the right to vote. And this is, I think a lot of Sabahan are not really voting for the government, but unfortunately they are also divided, not united. But I think the aspect of illegal immigrant in Sabah is another factor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can we just take another question or comment from the floor, please? There is the lady in white over there. Is there only one mic floating about? Do we have any representatives from the Malaysian government? Dato' Saifuddin Abdullah, are you here in the room?
I direct this question to Dato' Ambega.
So your name, please.
The question is, Malaysia was formed 50 over years ago. The foundation of formation of Malaysia is the 18-point agreement and 20-point agreement. Is there any effort to review the agreement? Looking back at all the problems that arise from then until now, is there any possibility Malaysian agreement be looked into first time ever since it was formed?
Okay, sir, can I ask you for, who are you, what's your name?
I'm Nicholas Bawin from Sarawak.
Okay, thank you.
So that's my question, thank you.
So there's a hot debate in Malaysia about the very basis of our federation at this point in time. Any of you like to take that?
Quick answer to that is, civil society is with Sabah and Sarawak on this issue. Whether you, leaving aside even the question of review, we think that those two agreements must be looked at. And we are with Sabah and Sarawak. You should keep pushing for it. You're pushing for it already. That's one of the things Negaraku is also pushing for, which is a movement, as you know, that has been set up. So yes, I think that is something you must keep pushing for. Let us look at those agreements and let us see whether in fact we are fulfilling our commitments as per those agreements.
Right. So should we just take a few more questions from the floor, or comments on the floor very quickly, so that we have a sense of what the room is feeling? We have about 10 minutes to go and less. Please identify yourself.
I'm Peter Kalang from Sarawak as well. One thing about Sarawak, I think, it is the largest state in the federation. Although we don't want to be called state, we are a nation. but it is the least developed. And that is one reason why it's so easy to buy people. You know, because they don't have roads, they don't have water, they don't have electricity. So when the election come and then they give them some tanks for the collecting rainwater, they give some generator, small set, so people will go for that. And then they said that don't listen to the opposition because they don't give you tanks, they don't give you a generator. Thank you.
Any more comments? Where's the mic? Okay. Maybe we could just give this side of the room one more chance. Are there any, we've only had older men speaking. So we could have a wider distribution. Sorry,
okay,
Mandip from Bersih.
My name is Mandip from Malaysia, Bersih. My question is to Ambiga and maybe Johan. We see at history of Malaysia politics, 1987, UMNO in crisis. Then there is a massive crackdown of Ops Lalang. 1998, UMNO crisis, another round of detention under ISA and so many was detained, plus some in UMNO. And 2015 now, again UMNO is in crisis. We know ISA have been abolished, but ISA 2.0 is back. So do you think 2015 will be another round of cleaning up of activists and opposition member of parliament or activists? Thank you.
Well, that certainly seems to be the intention. I mean, I don't believe that the reason we have an enhanced Sedition Act is to maintain peace and harmony. Because, as you know, there were state actors, and this happens everywhere. I'm sure our ASEAN counterparts will recognize where non-state actors are used by the government, all right, to create divisiveness amongst the people. It's not something that is new. So they create these divisions and then they say you need an act because we have these divisions. But in fact, who are the ones who started it? So in my view, yes, we are definitely looking at another Ops Lalang 2 or 3 or whatever it is you want to call it. Because the tragedy is that in so many years, in 2015, we're talking about being in the 21st century, we're using a law which is 1948, that we have not progressed in our human rights record. And that is the tragedy that we're facing in Malaysia today.
We actually have been given an extension of time, as this administration has as well. Before Johan used to weigh in on this, I wonder if it's possible to get voices from non-Malaysian voices who would like to kind of reflect on their own experiences in their country when having listened to the Malaysian situation. There's a lady right there at the back with a hand up. I'm hoping to God you're not from Malaysia.
Thank you for opportunity. My name is Eri from Indonesia. Observing the questions or the sharing from the ladies from Sabah about the indigenous people, it seems that most in the Southeast Asia or in ASEAN, we have almost the same problems with the indigenous people, where is loss of their dignity and then their right as well. So I have experience in Indonesia that civil society can help this, try to protect and try to get the right from indigenous people. So experience from Indonesia, civil society of Indonesia has successfully put some law to the court and try to bring back the right of the indigenous land right to the people. So I think in this forum, I would like to say that actually we all, the civil society in ASEAN, should be tied and bound together to fight for that issues. So that it's not only for country by country, but we have as well one perceptions in the whole forum that we have to fight for the indigenous people. Otherwise, we will lose our identity, because ASEAN is unique because we have the culture. Without the indigenous people, this is where the culture comes from. We will lose. We will just a modern country. So I think I ask for the people here that we have to bound and try to have a network of civil society in ASEAN, and then try to advocate the Secretariat ASEAN on the prioritizing the issues. So this is my sharing as well, in the same time, some suggestions to all the forum as well to the ASEAN Secretariat.
Thank you very much. Any more comments from, can I ask for non-Malaysian voices, please? Please.
Thank you, Sharad. I'm Gus Miklat. I'm from the Philippines, so I won't ask anything about Sabah.
No, you should, actually.
But I'd like to ask the panelists, particularly those Ambiga and the professor, with regards to the seeming phenomena of a wane of response and reaction of the mass movement upon Anwar Ibrahim's arrest and imprisonment, compared to the response of the people during the results of the last GE. To what do you attribute this seeming less passionate mass movement in response to this arrest and imprisonment of Anwar? And linked and related to that is, how do you respond to imputations by people that Bersi is actually also an opposition movement and not really independent?
Thank you, Gus. That's Gus Miklat from Initiatives for International Dialogue. I think we can ask Sabaria to respond first to the question or the comment about using the courts and legislation in order to advance indigenous rights in the region. And then we'll go to Gus and his question. Yeah.
Okay.
So the question is, can you use the courts to advance the cause of the indigenous people? Is there examples in Malaysia? Maybe you can give examples.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Kebelakangan ini kami telah membawa banyak kes tanah ke mahkamah, dan kebanyakan mahkamah keputusan mahkamah adalah menyebelahi kami. Kerana ya merujuk juga kepada kes-kes yang lepas kami mengikut common law yang lepas, jadi kebanyakan kes di mahkamah menyebelahi kami. But then suddenly kerajaan mahu meminda saya rasa undang untuk so kerajaan dan orang asli akan win-win situation. Jadi saya rasa di situ akan berlaku, maksud saya mungkin selepas ini mahkamah akan kurang membantu dalam kemenangan kes kami seperti sebelum ini, kerana telah wujudnya undang-undang untuk kerajaan dan orang asli di mana win-win situation. Maksudnya kami tidak mahu undang-undang seperti ini dilaksanakan, kerana kami tahu selepas ini kemenangan yang berpihak kepada kami mengikut common law atau common law akan berubah. Yeah.
So, without going to elaborate, but the Orang Asli community has in fact won some cases involving land, but there are attempts by the government to alter the very laws, and that's not been advantageous to the Orang Asli of the peninsula. By the way, Sabaria is actually not from Sarawak or Sabah, she's actually from the peninsula, this part of Malaysia. Now to the question that Gus posed. I think Ambiga and John, could you answer that?
Well, yeah. The question I think that was pointed was about the Anwar, the Anwar situation. I think, as you know, the reformasi was started after Anwar was incarcerated in 1998. But now it has sort of lost some of its momentum. But having said that, I think, before I answer that question, why are people not so passionate, don't forget that what I would call this a path-dependent movement of success, because of Anwar's steadfastness in fighting for reform, there are many groups now who are out there who are also asking for reform. So it's had its consequences as well, or its salutary effects as well. So now you have, I think, a very engaged civil society. many of the civil groups that were quite dormant prior to the 1990s had become very, very active. And a good number of them, of course, became part of the Anwar, or rather the Parti Keadilan, the Justice Party. So there is that kind of, as you might say, mainstreaming of civil society into politics. So that's one of the effects. And the reason why there's not so much passion about Anwar, because that problem has dragged on for a long time. I think a lot of people still feel very strongly about it, but they feel a sort of hopelessness about being able to take any legal, avenues to right the situation. I think that's the situation. It's not that people are not concerned. I think the concern is still there, but there's a kind of feeling that what other legal avenues can we take to right the situation? There doesn't seem to be very many. And I think people are still waiting for another, well, I suppose you take it outside of the legal platform to another platform. And as we have seen, we've had the birthday demonstrations, but apart from that, we do have elections. Now, despite the fact that elections are still not the best form of having regime change or changing the regime, I think we still have, the responsibility as civil society people, as citizens, to continue using those instruments to correct situations such as the one we're facing now. And I think it's not all bleak out there. I think there are still opportunities to do so.
Ambiga?
Yeah. Let me answer the second question, Gus, the second question first, which is Bursi being seen as pro-opposition. Let me tell you, and this is something I'm sure that happens in all countries, when you speak up against the government, when you, in relation to any kind of abuse, human rights abuse, you talk about the laws that they pass, you talk about institutional issues, you are always seen as anti-government. They will label you as that because that's the easiest thing to do, because even the bar faces that. You're anti-government. You're either pro-government or you're anti-government. And when you're anti-government, you are pro-opposition. So that labeling is something you can't help. But let me tell you this, Bursi is not pro-opposition. Opposition is pro-Bursi because they support free and fair elections. And you shouldn't die of shock that they do, because they are the ones who suffer from a failure to have free and fair elections. So that's my answer to the first one. On the second one, there's one little factor. I know I've been asked this question. Look, why are the Kita Lawan rallies these days not as extensive as the Reformasi? I mean, I think Johan has said Reformasi was one of the first movements, big movements, which led to many, many more. But in those days when Reformasi started, don't forget, you didn't have Twitter, you didn't have Facebook, you didn't have people engaged online as much as they are now. So whilst they may not go outside on the streets to express their emotions, they are certainly doing it on Twitter and Facebook and so on. So I am not convinced that Kita Lawan and the present rallies in relation to Anwar and what is happening in the country, it's not just about Anwar, it's about everything that's going on in the country. I'm not convinced that it is less passionate than it was before. In my view, it is far more passionate.
And evidence of that is the Inspector General Police stalks Twitter. So there's a question from the floor. I think the last question or comment for the evening.
Okay. It's a comment. My name is Shah Muhammad. I'm from Sarawak. You are looking for someone from youth voice, yeah? Selamat lemai, selamat petang. I'm a Sarawakian, born and live a Sarawakian. Saying this as an individual now affirms that the babies of the 80s, we want to be on our own. We don't want to be associated with racist party, secular party, and some brainless, stupid, and ignorant people of West Malaysia. Malaysia is democratic because, but on the ground, the people struggle either to stick to the current BN, saying it probably because it will be more safe, or should we vote for the opposition when they say that they are an unhappy family union. Children of Sarawak feels that to settle this issue, we want to be on our own. Before we were said to be Merdeka and for Malaysia, now we want to be Merdeka for Malaysia. We want to try it and we will succeed because we are very rich in resources, and if we fail, we will learn and make it better. We have given Malaysia the opportunity for 50 years to know us, but still there is ignorance. Money politics, it's been given by both sides, not just BN. We hope ASEAN and UN will help us as how you have helped us in 1962 and how you have helped Timor-Leste to gain independence. Terima kasih and thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was a manifesto, not a question or a comment. I don't know if we have time for, do we have a quick response from all the...
Quick response.
yeah,
I must respond to that. We love Sarawak and Sabah, and we don't want to let you go, all right? So we have to work together to achieve the kind of Malaysia that we all really want.
Well, I'll follow up on that. I think the voice of youth is the hope for the future. And as I've said, now there are more and more people engaged in things that they did not used to be engaged in. Thanks also to Ambiga for starting Bersih. So young people are very, very important now. And I think young people are going to take us to the next stage. Right.
Sabaria?
Kita orang asal adalah gabungan Sabah, Sarawak dan Semenanjung. Ini bermaksud kita sayangkan semua.
Thank you very much. We're going to call upon Mr. So Min Tan from Think Centre in Singapore to thank the panelists. Quick note as we wait for him to come up. I hope that in the next couple of days the conference is able to deal with the tougher questions. Calling for unity is always easy. Dealing with difference and antagonism, much, much more difficult. I hope you do talk about Sabah, because our illegal migrants are, as we call them, are somebody else's citizens or displaced people. And that's a paradox that we need to come to terms with if we're going to actually solve the difficult problems of ASEAN. Cliches are not going to help us. And I'm going to prattle on until Mr. So Min Tan from Think Centre. Oh, there you are. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Do you want to say something? Okay. So, Mr. So Min Tan from the Think Centre Singapore is going to give tokens of appreciation to everybody on the panel. We'll start with Ms. Sabaria Yusri, Deputy Chair, Belia Jaringan Orang Asal. Professor Johan Saramutu, independent scholar. And Ambiga Srinivasan, former chair of Bar Council and of Bersih. Thank you very much. And then there's me, apparently, as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you have some time before the next program, but remember there is a press conference on level 3 at the VIP or media room. The person to contact, I guess, is Ren Chung, who's holding up his hand now in red with a backpack and a very conservative hairstyle. So if the people from the media, Ren Chung, who's going to be at this press? Who's going to be giving? The regional steering committee will be hosting this, so that you can ask questions to them at this press conference. There is a request from the press corps, the cameramen, and women, if somebody from each of the countries from the region can come up and pose with the panelists. We can take 2 from Malaysia, somebody from Sabah and Sarawak, not to suggest that the Federation is splitting up, but just that we want to express our solidarity with them. So if there's anybody, if you happy to be in a picture. It's a photo opportunity of a lifetime. Yeah, what's that? You come and represent your country. Ambiga has posed next to the likes of President Obama. So if that's a draw. Please, anybody, especially if you're wearing your national costume. I love national costumes. Come. We have wonderful ladies and gentlemen. I think they're from Myanmar. Would that be right? That's the national costume of Myanmar for sure. And you must visit Yangon if you haven't, because it's such a wonderful city, even as it transforms. Anybody else? Can we have somebody just come up? It'll take all of 2 seconds, including young people in tattered jeans. Okay, we run out of time. Have we? Okay. Gus, there's a request for you. Gus Miklat from the Philippines. I see a Singaporean there with a scarf. He's a poet. Come. Costume or no costumes? Sabah Sarawak, an extension of that wonderful idea we call Malaysia. Fraying at the corners. Thank you both. Okay. Announcements from the organizers. There's a short break now, and we'll reconvene in this room for dinner at 7:30. Is that right, Gerald? Is this, yes, this room? Okay. So, and the press conference is beginning now at level 3. So I guess if you are from the press, you should be going down to level 3, where the regional steering committee is now holding a press conference. I guess you can ask tough questions. Okay.
It's more like a over me. With your eyes, you ask what's in my heart. You wonder why I love you. I don't know where to start. No one emotion could ever reveal all the things that I feel. No one emotion could ever do. No one emotion could ever
2, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 2. Check, 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 check. Yep.
Test 1 2, test 1 2, 1 2 3, check 1 2 3, check 1 2 3, check check.
Test vocal test. Sound test. Sound. Yeah, bro.
Isn't it on? Hello? Hello, can I just have your attention? We are actually starting the dinner together at around 8 p.m. and we hope that, everybody will join and eat together at 8 p.m. because from 7:30 till 8, we actually have some program going on. Thank you.
Test sound. Test sound check. Test sound check. Test sound check. Test.
Guitar? A bit more on the monitors, please. Yep, okay, thanks. Bass, bro?
Just.
Okay, yeah. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1.
Bro, can I please have a bit more monitor on my guitar? This one? Yes, full. Yeah. Testing, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Testing, 1, 2, 3, oh yeah. No. Oh yeah. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sound check, sound check, sound check. 1, 2, 3. Sound check, sound check, sound check. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry? Cool? Yeah? Guys, cool?
Alright, thank
Cool, bro. Alright, cheers.
on my mind. I wanna stay close to you. It's that old lover spell that you weave oh so well. Oh, it's a hold me. Oh, you've got to see. I just want to hang around you every day and night, all of my life around you. I just want to hang around you every day and night, all of my life around you. Hang around you. I get so hypnotized when I look in your eyes. Oh, you control me. I feel all butterflies when I'm right here by your side. Oh, I need your touch, can't get enough. Love me, oh, you've got to see. I just want to hang around you every day and night, all of my life around you. Hang around you. Spending every moment of my life within your gaze, my forever love. To have you and to hold you, so you'll never ever need to use your crystal ball to know where I'll be. Always. I just want to hang around you every day and night, all of my life around you. Hang around you. All I want to do is hang around you. I just want to hang around you every day and night, all of my life around you. Hang around you. All I want to do is hang around you. I just want to hang around you every day and night, all of my life around you. I just want to hang around you. If I had to live my life without you near me, the days would all be empty. The nights would seem so long. With you I see forever oh so clearly. I might have been in love before, but it never felt this strong. Our dreams are young and we both know they'll take us where not so easy. Our love will lead the way for us, like a guiding star. I'll be there for you if you should need me. You don't have to change a thing. I love you just the way you are. So come with me and share the view. I'll help you see forever too. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your
persons with disabilities were not able to write the proposal. They were busy with other activities. So what they wrote to me in an email is that they were mobilized to actually attend the workshop. So I hope that, the people will actually come and join in the various workshop topics. The other thing is that I want to talk about is actually the large white paper that you see plastered on the walls in this hall. That one is actually for us to appeal to all the Malaysians. There are now 500 Malaysians here attending this APF 2015, and we want to ask the participants to actually fill up the meta cards with their recommendation. Give us one recommendation that you think we can bring ASEAN forward, since Malaysia is the chair of ASEAN this year. The other one is that the workshop, we have actually an activity form that is already prepared. We actually want the organizers to fill up the activity form and pass it to the volunteers who will be on a standby. They will actually collect the activity form. The activity forms are actually meant for us for the documentation, and at the end of the day, we are hoping to come up with a APF 2015 report. So your cooperation in filling up the activity form is much appreciated. And this is actually particularly for the organizers of all the workshop sessions. There's another announcement is with regards to a meeting with the Lao representative. It is happening tomorrow. So regional committee, members of the National Organizing Committee, and also the FCAA are all invited to have a dialogue with the Lao representative tomorrow, 23rd of April, 6:30 on the 13th floor, room number 1. Another one is on the finance. I have announced this before. Those who are on scholarship, please fill up the form, get it from the finance counter, and you have to submit it by today so that they can actually prepare your reimbursement by tomorrow and you can collect it tomorrow. For your own security and also for the ease of the workshop flow, we have actually color-coded the security. The security actually wear green t-shirts, and white t-shirts are actually volunteers who will be helping during the plenary and also the workshop sessions. And for the participants, you have a choice of black and white. So if you have any security issues or you need help, please ask volunteers who are wearing white or the security wearing green to actually help you out. And for the recipients of the scholarship from APF 2015, your hotel accommodation is at Hotel Impiana KLCC. If you need more information, please ask the volunteers or see the secretariat. The secretariat is located on the 3rd floor. The other thing that I need to inform you is that we have Wi-Fi access at the workshop level and the main hall, and so the Wi-Fi password is APF at 2015. There is live webcast on our website and live.malaysiakini. Huh? Wait. Yep. Okay. If everyone can just sit down, we will proceed with the program.
Okay.
And then actually, we would like to call the regional steering committee just to give them the recognition.
You wanna call
when you get on, you can give a recognition to them.
The regional organizing committee, yeah?
Just ask them to stand up, lor. Regional. Steering. Committee, then the program. Secretariat, and then there is the National Organizing Committee
NOC lah.
after the regional.
Okay. Okay. Can.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our program for this evening very shortly. So I'd like to just invite you to take your seats. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the program this evening. In fact, we will be starting it right now. So we'd like to invite our esteemed guests to please take a seat. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and selamat datang. We'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all of the conference participants who have made it here despite the massive traffic jam and the torrential rain, the storm that of late has been more frequent. Also, ladies and gentlemen, just a note that today is Earth Day, so it's a gentle reminder for us to take care of planet Earth. My name is Fahmi Fadil. I will be your Master of Ceremonies for this evening. And again, a warm welcome to everyone to the welcome dinner for the ASEAN Civil Society Conference and the ASEAN People's Forum Malaysia. I'm certain that the next few days will be very, very busy for everyone. So we hope that the welcome dinner tonight will be conducted in a very relatively relaxed fashion and that we can have an early evening, hopefully, because I'm made to understand that the program is quite packed for the next couple of days. Before we continue, I would like to first and foremost acknowledge the attendance of all of our participants. So as I mentioned the names of the countries, if you can, ladies and gentlemen, if you are from said country, to please do stand up so that we can give you a rousing welcome. And of course, the host for this year's APF is Malaysia. So delegates from Malaysia, can you please stand up? Ya, selamat datang, selamat datang. Ramai yang datang dari jauh, I'm sure. Could our friends from Brunei please stand up? Assalamualaikum, welcome. Our friends from Cambodia, welcome. Indonesia. Wah, besar kontingennya ya. Laos. From the Philippines, our neighbor down south, Singapore. Ada tak? Got lah. Welcome. From Thailand, in the back. From Vietnam, welcome. And last yet not least, we have delegates from Timor-Leste. Welcome. Myanmar. I thought I mentioned. Oh no, I haven't mentioned. I'm sorry. Myanmar. Yes, a very loud contingent. Welcome, welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone. We hope that you are finding the seat comfortable. I know that some of you have started eating, but technically dinner is supposed to be slightly later, but it's okay. Now, to start off this evening, I would like to invite the co-chair of the National Organizing Committee, Mr. Yap Swee Seng, to present the ASEAN People's Forum Statement Reaffirmation. I see that Maria is rushing to get Mr. Yap. So ladies and gentlemen, please do hold on for a minute as we wait for Mr. Yap to arrive so that he can present the APF statement reaffirmation. We'll be right back shortly. Yap. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Yap Swee Seng is here. So please, again, put your hands together to the co-chair of the National Organizing Committee who will give the APF statement reaffirmation. Dipersilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening everyone. This session, we are going to affirm the statement that we have sent to ASEAN. And for a background for everyone, just now as we are still waiting for your dinner, you probably have seen there are slide PowerPoints presentations scrolling on the screen. And that PowerPoint is a summary of the key issues of concerns and recommendations given by ASEAN People's Forum, ASEAN Civil Society Conference to the ASEAN governments. And to give you background, this statement was drafted since last year when we started the drafting committee, and we had 4 regional consultations to produce this statement. And in the 4 regional consultation meetings, we decided that the statement should be a short statement, because a long statement, government tends to not look into the statements. Secondly, the statement, we also decided to produce this statement much earlier before the ASEAN Summit. In the previous ASEAN Civil Society Conference, the statement of APF was produced during the ASEAN People's Forum. But this time, we learned from our experience and also the past lessons. We wanted to produce this statement much earlier and deliver it to ASEAN governments for their considerations. And also, hopefully, ASEAN governments will respond to our statements, our issues of concerns, as well as our recommendations. Now, if you look at this small booklet, You will find this statement, the ASEAN People's Forum statement, in this small booklet. So I hope those who have not read this statement, please refer to this small booklet, okay? And so with this past few months of effort, we produced this statement. We would like to use this occasion to congratulate the ASEAN peoples who have been involved in this process. And I would like everyone to give a big applause to the drafting committee of ASEAN People's Forum, as well as all those who have involved in this process in producing this statement. And we would also like everyone here to affirm this statement that has been sent to the ASEAN governments. Can we have a big applause for this statement affirmation? Thank you. Thank you. Now this statement was delivered to ASEAN governments on 17th of February. It was delivered by the National Organizing Committee to the Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia as the chair of ASEAN. So the statement was then circulated to all the other 9 governments. And we learned that some of the civil society, when they met with their foreign ministries, the foreign ministries officials already have the statement in their hand, and they already read that statement. So this is a new precedent set in the engagement with ASEAN, and they have actually looked into the statement and consider the recommendations. Now, in the ASEAN Summit, we hope that the ASEAN governments will respond to the issues of concerns and recommendations made by ASEAN Civil Society Conference and ASEAN People's Forum. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Yap. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the speech from the chairperson of the ASEAN People's Forum. If I can see him, if he's here. We seem to have lost Mr. Gerald Joseph. Where are you? Paging Maria. Maria Chin Abdullah. Paging Puan Maria Chin Abdullah. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a slight change in the order of the program for this evening. While we wait for the arrival of our main speaker for the evening, Tan Sri Syed Hamid Alba, who is just around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, we'd like to invite you to please do partake of the dinner. And so, ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. Please do enjoy. And for those of you who started eating earlier, sorry, food finished already. So please do enjoy your dinner, and we will continue with the program shortly. Thank you. Just a short note to those who are involved in the flag ceremony shortly. Yeah, please do be on standby. Again, for those of you who are involved in the flag ceremony, please do be on standby in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you. Announcing the arrival of Tan Sri Syed Hamid Alba, our guest of honor for this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement. For those of you who may be in the back, we have we have some space in the front, so we do encourage you to please take advantage of the very good sound system up front. So if you can, we'd like to invite you to come up front. I know that our friends from Thailand, for example, in the back, I saw them putting up their hands just now. So we do invite you to come up to the front if you want. It's a little bit closer, yeah. And also, if we can get one representative from each country, to please come up close to the stage. Two representatives from each country to please come up to the stage, by the side of the stage, because we will be having a flag ceremony shortly. So I'll again read out our list of countries that are here. So if we can get the cooperation from the delegates, yeah, for those of you who are around, so please, 2 representatives from each country. So again, I'd like to invite from Malaysia we have. From Brunei, if you can get 2 representatives from Brunei. Yeah. From Cambodia, if you can get 2 representatives from Cambodia. From Indonesia, Laos, Myanmar, 2 representatives from Myanmar. From the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and Timor-Leste. Yeah, we can. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the program for the evening. Without further ado, we'd like to invite Mr. Gerald Joseph, who is the APF chair, to give his welcome speech. Dipersilakan, come.
Good evening, everyone. Are you still here? Can I get a loud clap for all of us here to see your energy? Something a bit louder, maybe? That's the reason we give you dinner, so you can shout louder. Okay, good evening, everyone. Just a moment. First of all, it's my pleasure to be here to just welcome our guest of honor, Tan Sri Syed Hamid Alba, who was a former foreign minister during the period when the first civil society conference was organized in Malaysia. How many of you all were here during the first ASEAN Civil Society Conference? How many people were here 10 years ago? 1, 2, 3, and probably Tan Sri Syed Hamid Alba, 4. So, so 4 of you all were here to start a process that we are here 10 years later. I also recognize the resident coordinator of UNHCR, Ambassador Georgie from Wisma Putra, dignitaries, Tansris from all ASEAN bodies. I know Tan Sri Shafi is here from the ASEAN Intergovernmental Human Rights Commission, UN agencies, and civil society leaders. Thank you for coming and taking the time to be here. We have already been here for almost a full day, and some of you are tired from your travels, but we're going to have a very symbolic flag ceremony to say that we are here for ASEAN because of the people. And we're very happy to say that last year we suddenly got surprised. Prime Minister Najib of Malaysia announced ASEAN must be people-centered ASEAN. We said, wow, is this another phrase that they've been playing with all along? But now we realize that there is work of a declaration being discussed that came out in the news of what is a people-centered ASEAN. And we are here to reaffirm that we believe that ASEAN must be people-centered. That's the reason we are here today. Over our last 10 years, we have realized that it has not been the easiest to be in dialogue as a stakeholder with government. Sometimes some governments open the door and welcome you for a cup of coffee. Some will say, no, we don't have time. And it always depends on the government of the day. So we are hoping that in a people-centered ASEAN, people must be let through the door to talk. And I don't think we need to agree on everything. We can disagree with government. So to that end, I think I must thank Ambassador Georgie and his team at Wisma Putra. They have actually had very good relationship to discuss and share information for the last 6 months, which is a new experience for us. So thank you very much, Ambassador, for benchmarking a different way of a people-centered ASEAN. When you ask anybody about ASEAN, their first response is, ASEAN? Oh, that's too slow, nothing can be done, there is non-interference, there is consensus. And it is true. It is true that it has been too slow. And we are hoping with the launch of the community, some of the history of how ASEAN has not been effective could move forward. And I think Tan Sri Syed Hamid Alba would know much about this because he was a former foreign minister. It is slow because we still feel the pain and the cries of many communities in our ASEAN countries. And that should not be allowed. Another extra day of detention without trial should not be allowed. Another extra day of police brutality should not be allowed. Another extra day of suppressing freedom of information should not be allowed. We have the hope that our governments must be committed to incremental change. And I think that's what we are really hoping for. And we really are hoping that Prime Minister Najib and his position as a chair will benchmark a new ASEAN in the launch of the community. So I think it's a good opportunity for ASEAN at this year, Malaysia as its chair and all ASEAN governments to decide that you cannot slow the people's movement down, but take people on board as your important stakeholder. But to do that, governments must realize that we are your people, your fellow citizens, and we love the nation as much as you do. Being critical of how we see things does not mean we don't like our nation or don't like the people in our nation. We do. That's the reason we are here. That's the reason 1,500 people have traveled to come together. And to that end, I want to share my hopes and the hopes of the regional committee and the national organizing committee that we dream of an ASEAN that is centered on the charter that speaks of human rights, of fundamental freedoms. We dream of an ASEAN that will really be an ASEAN that will tell governments, maybe the old governments must give way to a new modality of a regional grouping. We live in hope, and that's the reason we are here to push that borders of ASEAN. And we also realize ASEAN comes with history, but we think all histories can change and should change. To that accord, I want to wish all of us a good success. I want to thank again Tan Sri Syed Hamid Alba for graciously accepting at a very last moment to move his schedule a little bit to address it. But I think he will give us some insights of what happened 10 years ago, because you know the insights then, and we were not privy to them. Hopefully, those insights may give some insight to the present administration of Malaysia and other governments to move forward faster, because the ASEAN ship that is sailing is already moving. It's only up to governments to make it move with the people or leave the people out. And I hope that it moves with the people, because the people are here and we have been moving from the ground, and we want to work with governments for a people-centered ASEAN. So thank you very much, friends, brothers and sisters, and let's continue to celebrate our peoplehood as ASEAN people and our peoplehood as all the communities that continue to struggle. May our strength give them the strength for liberation and freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gerald. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next part of the program for this evening, I'd like to draw your attention just for a moment as we recognize and remember a fellow member of civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be observing a minute of silence for Sombat Sompon, who, as many of us know, is an internationally acclaimed community development worker and a prominent member of the Lao civil society, who disappeared in Vientiane on the 15th of December 2012 and has not been heard of or seen since. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now observe 1 minute of silence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue the program for this evening with a flag ceremony. And as I call out the names of the countries, we'd like to invite representatives from each country to come up on stage and to take your flag and take place on stage. Malaysia. Brunei. Cambodia. Indonesia. Laos. Myanmar. The Philippines. Singapore. Thailand. Vietnam. And last yet not least, Timor-Leste. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear one or two words from each representative, from one representative from each country, beginning with Timor-Leste.
Long life solidarity!
Peace for the world.
Gender equality.
I remember the marginalized in society.
Zero stigma and discrimination for women living with HIV.
We hope to see ASEAN peacefully.
Democracy for all.
Stop death penalty.
We need ASEAN leaders to be transparent and accountable to the people of ASEAN.
More voice of women to be heard at community and national level. Women!
People's power can never be defeated. Kita lawan.
Thank you. Thank you, members, representatives from each country. Do they bring the flags back with them? No, you put it back. We still need the flags for the next couple of days, so please do put the flags back. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. For representatives from the countries that are here with us this evening and for the next couple of days. And to continue with the program for this evening, it is our great pleasure to invite Mr. T. Lian Ke, the Central Committee member of the Malaysian Chinese Association, MCA. Mr. T. Lian Ke.
A very good evening to Mr. Gerald Joseph, Chairman of the ASEAN People's Forum, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and salam satu Malaysia. First and foremost, I must congratulate the organizers of the ASEAN People's Forum, who has managed to include more than 1,400 participants to attend this annual civil society conference, which is also the largest ever annual conference of the civil society in this region. This incredible gathering of civil society organizations, activists, international agencies and government representatives from across Southeast Asia will surely promote constructive dialogue towards a better ASEAN and a truly people-centric ASEAN society. when we become people-centric, we must also not forget that we need to be governed, and there must also be a central government. Otherwise, the nation can break, whereby all hell could break loose. There are still nations with pockets of feudal mentality everywhere. This includes tribal and warlord mentality. Thus, when you promote the people-centric development, let there not be anarchy or chaos, whereby the people take to the streets. And disorder is the order of the day. The nation could be broken down into fractions and factions. Thus, we do not want to see the social media empowerment of the people being abused, where people gather together in a show of might, or turned brutal, or the law of the jungle prevail over the rule of law. Thus, in Malaysia, there were concerns on the recent passing of the Prevention of Terrorism Act and the amendment to the Sedition Act. In the case of the former, the public were concerned with the detention without trial and fear that such power may be abused. However, the act itself is clear. No one will be arrested purely on his or her political affiliation. Further, there is an independent board to decide on any detention. The act is necessary given the rise of the terrorism like ISIS. There is a necessity to balance human rights and national security. There's a need for the government to safeguard the rights of the people to peace and harmony, besides respecting international human rights. Today's forum provides us with an occasion to come together and discuss the future of ASEAN, a region rich in culture and diversity. This is indeed timely, particularly given the fact that Malaysia holds the ASEAN chair this year. Essentially, we have all the ingredients of the well-being of a well-developed nation. But there is no denying that we have many challenges ahead. We have grown as a nation individually and as a whole, or regionally, despite ideological or political differences. More importantly, the task for us ahead is to stay united and focus in our vision towards a better future for ASEAN. This is a task that we need to undertake collectively. Ladies and gentlemen, as ASEAN Chair in 2015, Malaysia strives to ensure that this vision of the people-centered ASEAN will be realized, especially with more direct involvement, encompassing all segments of ASEAN society. We are now fully committed to a people-centric agenda and hope that we will be able to realize the people's dream of having a more effective and responsive governance, a better standard of living, a stronger protection for the environment, further empowerment for women, and more opportunities to all in Southeast Asia. We hope the theme of a people-centered ASEAN will act as a catalyst towards ASEAN's transformation, where all spectrum of the society will be actively participating towards realizing an agenda that will benefit the people. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been proven time and again that success can be attained through collaboration and cooperation. However, the key is for all parties to communicate and to listen and come to an agreement on a middle ground. One ASEAN for all is not impossible if we put our heads and hearts together. Besides the government-to-government efforts and cooperation, it is also important for government and the citizen to work together in a responsible and collective manner. There should not be political ants and there should be little confrontation. A certain level of synergy has to be created between these two pillars of society. Regrettably, there are civil society movements and organizations that have been politically partisan and some exploited by politicians to promote confrontation. And this will lead to a breakdown and burning instead of building of bridges, and is essentially not good towards building a civil society. There must exist sincere engagements and interactions in order that the government and the people can start on the same page. Malaysia will also be formatting a framework which will effectively deal with the gross inequalities of wealth, power, and resources between the member states. This will require a process of time and must be managed wisely in order for it to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, the forum focus today is realizing the role of ASEAN community. As Asians with Asian values, we are more than well equipped to understand what the true essence of the community is. To further strengthen the ASEAN values, we must promote more platform of exchanges, more creativity towards realizing the role of the ASEAN community. If we are able to instill the values of the community among member nations and work together towards a better ASEAN, focusing on developing its people's strength, I believe we'll be able to emerge as a modern regional bloc, strategic and significant to the world's economy. Malaysia has its fair share of challenges and tribulations, and we still have miles to go towards achieving a people-centered nation. Our Prime Minister, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Muhammad Najib bin Tun Abdul Razak, has laid down the 4 key challenges which ASEAN have to address as a growing economy that is getting larger and getting more complex each day. One of the key issues is to resolve the conflict that exists between doing business the ASEAN way and having a rules-based approach. As part of the ASEAN community, we are steeped in tradition and heritage. We have been doing things the ASEAN way for as long as we can remember. Thus, it is natural for us to continue with what is comfortable and familiar to us. However, in our pursuit of growth and development, our horizons are broadened and we have to constantly adapt to the world around us. In this fast-paced, internet-savvy environment, transparency and accountability are held in high esteem. This is particularly true when transactions today can be performed without either party seeing each other face to face. Hence, the significance of dealings or transactions being done has to be with full honesty and transparency. Ladies and gentlemen, another challenge outlined by our Yang Amat Berhormat Prime Minister is to express ASEAN's goals in terms that are more concrete. For instance, if we want to have better connectivity between member states, we will have to lay down a systematic plan on how we aim to achieve this. The plan will have to be relevant to the situation at hand and have measurable goals which have deadlines that allow us to gauge our progress. Our next challenge is the way in which we will handle the 3 community pillars of ASEAN creatively and effectively. With that said, we will need to create a platform which allows and encourages interaction between politics and security. Aside from that, economic integration and social-cultural cooperation should also work hand in hand. The final challenge is to include environmental and governance issues that create an impact not only for a particular country, but also to the region as a whole. These include matters such as climate change and, of course, the annual haze issues that plagues ASEAN. These are crucial challenges, and all the more reason why everyone in ASEAN, government and non-government, activists and agencies must work together to shape ASEAN as a democratic platform to deal with social, economic, political and environmental developments in this region. MCA is committed to ASEAN's people-centered agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm MCA's commitment to participate and to put forth the hopes and aspirations of our nation. As ASEAN progresses towards a people-centered ASEAN, we are and we will continue to lead various grassroots initiatives in line with creating inclusiveness. We will also expound upon the expanding opportunities for greater dialogue between the community and the government via the party. Our nation welcomes the contributions of NGOs, both regionally and locally. The role played by civil society is crucial in Malaysia, as well as regionally and internationally, as we continue to progress and grow. The mutual interaction and exchange of ideas must continue to flow with even greater vigor at all levels, as we maintain our focus in creating the future desire of our people. Before I end, I would like to thank the organizing committee in ensuring the success of this conference, and I look forward to the recommendations and input made during the forum for the benefit of the Malaysian government and ASEAN countries as a way forward. Thank you and have a good day and a good conference.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is with great honor that we invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Syed Hamid Alba, the former Foreign Minister of Malaysia, to give his address for the evening. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Gerald Joseph, Chair of ASEAN People's Forum, Ambassador Georgie Samuel, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am here tonight as a substitute. There was another guest that's supposed to speak to all of you, but I was told that I should take his place. There is our former Prime Minister, Tun Abdullah Ahmad Badawi. So now I will not read his speech or the position. I'm just going to recollect, because this is after dinner. I have a speech that is very long, but I think after dinner I do not want to bore you. So I will make a very short speech on my reminiscences of what actually happened 10 years ago. ASEAN, I think people talk about people-centered, people-oriented, to move away from state-centric, from an elitist organization. I think ASEAN has always been known as an organization that look for a comfort level, that look for step-by-step move to whatever it wants to do. So that's how we have been. We started off in the region as an ASA. ASA failed. And then we started as ASEAN in 1967 on the 8th of August. 1967. Then also, there are two prongs. We want to cooperate with each other, and we want to promote peace and security. And I think we have achieved that. We have achieved to promote peace and security. Now, I think that we have moved. When I first organized, this is not like this crowd, we were not that well endowed. It was organized at the UITM, at the university, and most of my audience at the first ASEAN People-Centered Conference were the young, the future leaders, the people who will take over from us. Now there is a very good balance and mixture, and I don't see very many of you who have attended the last 2005 people-centered, ASEAN people-centered conference. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like then to say thank you very much for inviting me to this dinner of the ASEAN Civil Society Conference or ASEAN People's Conference 2015. I'm actually inspired to see how many people from so many different sectors have converged in Kuala Lumpur in the commitment to make ASEAN a living, people-centered reality. I think we have always been working between rhetoric and reality. So, but it is not something that we should feel dismayed or give up. I would like to welcome all our foreign participants or ASEAN participants. Welcome and selamat datang. I noticed that the APF has an engagement modality which prioritizes opening doors to broader involvement, inclusivity, and respect for diversity. Inclusion is an important step towards making ASEAN people-centered. I'm glad that the organizers, Gerald this time, recognize inclusion is actually a two-way process, one that requires governments to include people and the people to include former government representatives like myself. I do not represent the government, but I can speak on behalf of government in certain matters. But I think it's a two-way traffic, as I mentioned. You need to understand that the people is important, but people also include former government representatives. Seriously, it is gratifying for me to be here. In 2005, as I mentioned just now, when Malaysia last chaired ASEAN, I took a risk by initiating the first ASEAN Civil Society Conference. At that time, it was not very popular. So I said, let us try. So that's why I began just now by saying I'm inspired. Despite all the difficulties, we are moving in the right direction. Step by step, we have done so. It was surprising that at that time, a foreign minister would support an initiative such as this, since ASEAN was, as you all know, institutionally focused. However, Malaysia, as one of the original 5 founding members of ASEAN, recognized the pivotal role of civil society as a key stakeholder and dialogue partner if we want to move further, if ASEAN wants to move further. This is why the first ASEAN Civil Society Conference was held in Shah Alam. It was held in parallel with the 11th ASEAN Summit, which had the theme. Again, I can feel very proud. At that time, we thought, how do we start to call ourselves a community? Then we had the theme, one vision, one identity, one community. For you today, 10 years down the line, you must ask yourself as civil society, how are we moving towards that vision to have one identity, that we know each other, we know more about ASEAN, we are very proud to be a member of the ASEAN citizenry. This is what we have 10 years ago. We have envisaged that you will feel that way. But as you go through the ASEAN countries, we still feel that many of us in ASEAN still do not feel ASEAN. The ASEAN-ness is still lacking in us. To me, today, ladies and gentlemen, I realized that governments had to get out of their comfort zone and speak face to face with regional civil society, because ASEAN would not be able to maintain its relevance and grow as a people-centered without such engagement and cooperation. I think we hear when Indonesia was the chair of ASEAN, it says it wants to translate the ASEAN people-centered or ASEAN's desire, ambition to become a people-centered organization. Then this year, Malaysia again committed itself very clearly in the statement of the foreign minister that this is what Malaysia intends to do to make ASEAN a people-centered organization where we feel proud to be part of this region and to grow and prosper together. I'm proud that we took the step to ensure the young people are included in this process. It is wonderful to see that young people continue to be in the ASEAN People's Forum process. I understand that the youth have also been holding an annual ASEAN Youth Forum since 2009. All this hard work and cooperation are at the heart of ASEAN's viability as an integrated and sustainable entity. It is inspiring again for me to see that a small gathering of several hundred people has now grown over the years to the size it is now. It has grown in diversity and impact. I understand that this conference is no longer just an event, but part of an important ongoing process to strengthen links and cooperation between NGOs, grassroots organizations, advocates, and researchers. So I like to congratulate my faith in ASEAN civil society 10 years ago was indeed justified. Give a big round of applause to all of you. The adoption of ASEAN Charter in 2007, codifying ASEAN norms, rules, and values, provides the legal personality and institutional framework for ASEAN. The preamble of the ASEAN Charter on adherence to the principles, very interestingly, to the principle of democracy, the rule of law, and good governance, respect for and protection. I think this must be underlined very clearly. And the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Have we done that? Have we been justifying ourselves? And have we translated our values and norms and principles into something that we can leave the future generation to move on? This is a most positive tone, I think, towards establishing a rule-based community based on the universal principles of human rights. The subsequent establishment of the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, AICHR, and the ASEAN Commission on the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Women and Children, ACWC, paved the way for further accountability mechanism respecting fundamental principles of human rights in ASEAN. The adoption of the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, I am sure, will advance the cause of human rights in Southeast Asia, but we still have got a long way to go. We move step by step, inshallah we'll get there. 2015 is crucial in the history of ASEAN, and it is momentous that it is again happening under the chairmanship of Malaysia. Malaysia is tasked in leading ASEAN into its next phase towards the integration of the ASEAN community, as the year marks the end of the period of implementation of the action plans contained in the 3 blueprints. There is the political, security, economy, and socio-cultural. Malaysia will also lead the formulation of the post-2015 10-year roadmap for the community building from 2016 to 2015. The consolidated central elements of the ASEAN community's post-2015 further commits ASEAN to becoming people-oriented, people-centered community through active engagement with all relevant stakeholders. It aims to develop clear and measurable ASEAN development goals. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN post-2015 vision and its blueprints shall be adopted at the 27th ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur in November this year, and this is what Ambassador Georgie has told me, that it will be adopted, and achieving the ASEAN post-2015 vision requires a massive commitment and enhanced political will amongst member states, a shift in the development paradigm with the new regional strategies that adhere to international standards and commitments, and new development partnerships based on shared responsibilities among major stakeholders in the region. In short, it requires all our diverse stakeholders to pull their weight and work together. ASEAN agencies, international agencies, national governments, local authorities, private sector, and civil society organizations, CSOs, will all have to work in partnership for this to be successful. And sometime, civil society will have to push harder to ensure that people remain at the center of these efforts. The 4 priority issues identified by this year's ACSC APF is development justice. Second, democratic processes, governance, and fundamental rights and freedom. Third, peace and security, discrimination and inequality are all interlinked, and they are all cross-cutting issues and are essential to ensuring that ASEAN moves forward in how it delivers development to the region. It is extremely important for ASEAN member states to take into account the need to improve its human rights situation and promote a people-centered approach towards development, justice that is genuine, inclusive, and representative of the concerns of all peoples of the region. Ladies and gentlemen, when ASEAN was formed 48 years ago, it was in a very different world and context. We needed ASEAN to prevent conflict and to bring development into our region, to strengthen connection between states. ASEAN has indeed been successful in achieving the original motivation of peace and security. However, ASEAN needs to change in order to be more responsive and resilient to the myriad and fast-growing challenges that we face now. The gaps remain between the region's larger and smaller economies. While there has been remarkable GDP growth in all ASEAN countries, there is also a growing income inequality. The impressive developments sometimes are achieved at the expense of environment degradation. The likelihood of potential brain drain must be guarded against in ensuring free flow of services. The ASEAN economic community needs to address the issue of informal sectors and untrained and unskilled migrant workers. Human rights issues have taken on an increasing importance in ASEAN in the past 10 years. The denial of fundamental freedoms and human rights violation in certain ASEAN member states, both inter and intra-state, continue to pose a challenge towards the realization of human rights encapsulated in the ASEAN Charter. As a region, it is crucial to address these continuing and emerging trends of increased militarization, unconstitutional seizures of power, territorial and sea disputes, enforced disappearances, torture, intrastate ethnic and religious violence and persecution, denial of fundamental rights to freedom of association and information, increased reliance on archaic and discriminatory laws, and discrimination and violence against women and other marginalized communities, among others. This is why we need to go beyond cooperation between formal institutions to a more inclusive model. There are very practical reasons for this. Firstly, civil society and grassroots communities often feel the first impacts of problems that those in the higher echelons of government may not realize. In hindsight, many of the serious problems we face now, social, political, economic, and environmental, could have been eased if there was greater space for civil society role as an early warning system. Secondly, dialogue opens up greater possibility for ongoing cooperation to design and implement solutions. I have been impressed at how committed civil society has been to problem solving. Sometimes civil society can come up with very innovative, sustainable, and cheaper solutions than just the government working by themselves. Thirdly, civil society has much more freedom and agility than governments when it comes to choosing their actions and words. States such as those in our region are bound by the conventions of diplomacy and non-interference. As a former ASEAN minister, I remember occasion that civil society was able to say loud what we were thinking. It was our responses to those initiatives that helped open up more space for debate and discussion within ASEAN. One cannot avoid the fact that ASEAN will find it difficult to endure and thrive if it is constructed only as a community of states. If ASEAN is to strengthen in relevance, it must transform from being a state-driven institution to an integral people-centered community. After all, political leadership may come and go, but the people are always there to stay. It is very encouraging to see how communities in ASEAN have grown familiar with each other and appreciate each other's culture and common history. It is also important for us as a region to appreciate and build on the benefits of diversity against common values of human rights and democracy. Of course, transformation from a state-centric to people-centered community requires a great deal of commitment, and I'm sure you are not lacking in this. Sometimes I think it is easier to change governments than to change the organizational culture of institutions like ASEAN. But it is not impossible. We all have to work together with determination. It's the civil society, it's the government working together in partnership that will contribute to a better ASEAN in the future. I, for one, will continue to advocate for governments to allow civil society to claim spaces for dialogue and cooperation. In the meantime, we must also keep on opening these spaces in institutions of higher learning and encouraging the growth of bodies such as Southeast Asian Human Rights Studies Network. Governments also need to open up spaces for interactions between the decision makers and the people. While this depends very much on domestic governance and political system, I sought to open up that space by starting an interface between civil society representatives and ASEAN heads of government in 2004. I understand this has been important, but rocky process in 2005. But it was a rocky process, but it had been encouraging that civil society has leveraged these opportunities to proactively engage with other ASEAN mechanisms. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we all need to seriously think about reviewing and redefining ASEAN's non-interference policy. Non-interference goes hand in hand with respect for national sovereignty. I, for one, will not advocate foreign interference in national and sovereign states. But there is a need when there is effect on regional security or effect on the building of a tolerant society, when it affects human rights abuses, that we should come in order to find a solution. Ultimately, an ASEAN community means an ASEAN community that wants to see freedom, that wants to see democracy thrive and survive, so that its people can enjoy prosperity and can live together in the well-being for the future generation. So, ladies and gentlemen, these principles are fundamental part of international diplomacy. However, we need to recognize that even in international diplomacy, there are limits on non-interference, especially when the serious impact, as I mentioned just now, if the problem goes beyond national boundaries or when it involves serious crimes against humanity. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we trust each other as members of the same community, we also need to be candid and sincere in working together to achieve solutions, find solutions that are acceptable and workable for all. We cannot allow our region to be bogged down with problems that are prolonged or intensified by the blanket application of non-interference, notwithstanding the fact that there is abuse of human rights and violence and intolerance within our region. Once again, thank you for inviting me here and allowing me to speak and share my views with all of you. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Tan Sri. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short souvenir presentation ceremony. We would like to now invite Mr. Isaac Ken, the Executive Director of Gender and Development Initiative, Myanmar, and the Secretary of Myanmar Civil Society's Core Group of ASEAN, MCS-CGA, to present several tokens of our appreciation to our two speakers. And first, I'd like to invite on stage Yang Bahagia Tan Sri Syed Hamid Alba. Dipersilakan. Sorry sir, I know you were just on stage. And if we can, to just stay on stage for a photo, yeah? And to Mr. T. Lian Ke. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program for this evening is not done yet. We have for you several performances that we hope will help to lighten the mood before the heaviness of the discussions in the coming days. And so, without further ado, we'd like to invite our friends from Sabah, Malaysia, to do a small presentation for you. Dipersilakan.
Sini. Sini. Angkat tangan. Jangan blok dia. Jangan blok. Amai gitu. Kau ke sana. Atas. Nanti saya cakap dulu. Very good evening. We are contingent from Sabah. We consist of different ethnic groups that present here in this Asia People's Forum. So bear with us because we just impromptu group that we just formed, and we're going to perform a musical instrument made from bamboo, namely the sampoton and the togunggak. And normally these kind of performances are being presented during the harvest festivals and all the other festivities that we have in Sabah. So since Harvest Festival is coming up in May in Sabah, so we are going to play one song. It's called Norikot Nari Bulan Lima. So the month of May is coming. So I'd like to invite everybody and also those who are going to have opportunity to come to Sabah in the month of May and to come and celebrate with us the Harvest Festival or the Kamatan. Our performance will consist of a two-part. We're going to play the musical instruments, and we are going to have the sumazao after this. So I hope you guys enjoy our presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's the end of our first part of the presentation. So the presentation from Sabah doesn't end without dancing the Sumazao. So to continue with the presentation, I'd like to introduce our very own hip hop artist here, Mr. Atama.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what the Sumazao is all about. It's a dance where you need to move your feet and you need to move your hands. Your feet goes like this. Can you do that now? And your hands go like this. You put that together and that's called the Sumazao. Would you like to dance this one? All right, DJ, pump it up. Yeah! Now every month of May, we invite you to the biggest party in Borneo. It's called the Harvest Festival. And what you do when you come and visit us, now you learn the dance. We'd like you to practice now. So I'd like to invite my colleagues, the girls and the boys, to invite you to dance. Yeah! Sumalam mulai johor, dirubah kita dan hari anak, moi kita intong doayang. Yo, let me start this rhyme with kopi bosian to the people of the world, especially Asians, from the hip-hop warriors of the Sabah heartland. 32 tribes of my head-hunting clan. My name is Atama, I'm the MC of the pack, prince of the land, but I'm the king of the Mac. Ready to flow, I don't cut any slack. Anytime, anywhere, I'm ready to attack. Got this new sound and got this new beat, village melodies and rhythms of the street. Sumazao music is not obsolete. It takes hip-hop to make it more complete. So come on everybody, throw your hands in the air. Do the Sumazao like you just don't care. Make you feel good, nothing else can compare. The name is Atama, somebody say, oh yeah! Everybody now, yo, many shows of glory and spend the last dime. In the game of the rich where being poor is a crime. Somebody tell me how long it's time. I waited 10 years just to bust this rhyme. This is something old, but just let me say, we gotta get together without no delay. Your wish will come true if you kneel down and pray. Pisang Puruan is here to stay. Mirukut-rukut om mira maramai. That's a tradition, so my homies stop nine. Let's work it out together, we can drink tapai till the break of dawn, till ampai. So come on everybody, throw your hands in the air. Do the Sumazao like you just don't care. Make you feel good, nothing else can compare. The name is Atama, somebody say, oh yeah! Verse is for my Sumanda, beautiful and pure like glows of pearls. Look so sexy, cute and dandy, taste so sweet like chocolates and candy. Once a year they gather for a day, celebrate Huminonun on that day. This is the day of the great Dadao, where the warriors select the Yunga Dadao. But I send this one out to the late JG, student of Tambunan's real OG. I dedicate this song to my late Uncle John. His music lives on even when he's gone. So come on everybody, throw your hands in the air. Do the Sumazao like you just don't care. Make you feel good, nothing else can compare. The name is Atama, somebody say, ah yeah! Oh yeah! Ulikon tawadarang ang lasu, sumalam mulai johor, dirubah kita dan hari anak, moi kita hitong doaya. Ulikon So come on everybody, throw your hands in the air. Do the sumazao like you just don't care. Make you feel good, nothing else can compare. The name is Atama, somebody say oh yeah. So come on everybody, throw your hands in the air. Do the sumazao like you just don't care. Make you feel good, nothing else can compare. The name is Atama, somebody say oh yeah. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed our performance. Back to the MC.
From one MC to another. Okay, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. From Sabah, we take you now to Klang Valley, to Kuala Lumpur. The performance that you will partake of next, that you will listen to next, is by none other than by Brian Gomez and the Have-Nots. Just as a quick aside, ladies and gentlemen, the performance, the first performance that you heard earlier by the musicians, they coordinated that. They had never met before to discuss this. They discussed it just now and then they played. So there, please another round of applause to our Sabahan friends.
Test 1, 2.
Test.
All right.
Harga naik, gaji maintain, ringgit habis yang tinggal hanya sen. Harga naik, gaji maintain, kerja sampai mati, cari duit tapi harga naik, gaji maintain, harga naik, gaji maintain.
pergi kedai runcit. Anda please can I get sebatang sigaret, satu Maggi paket, tangan masuk poket, tak cukup budget, harga naik. Harga naik, gaji maintain, ringgit habis yang tinggal hanya sen. Harga naik, gaji maintain, makan gaji siang malam, tapi gaji kirim salam. Harga naik, gaji maintain, harga naik, gaji maintain, harga naik, gaji maintain, harga naik, gaji maintain. Thank you guys. We're Brian Gomez and the Have-Nots.
It's mine.
We got one more song to do. By the way, this is Riz Rashid on guitar. We got Chris Chong on bass, Kawin on percussions. Just sort out a technical issue here. Okay guys, this is a song about being called an immigrant in the country that you were born in. This is called Rokok Sebatang. 1, 2, 3, 4. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Engkau suruh aku balik ke tempat asalku. Buat apa aku nak balik ke Johor Bahru? Ini tanah tumpah darahku, aku takkan ke mana. Na 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 na. Aku tak perlu bukti apa kat sesiapa pun. Moyang aku pun turun padang melawan Jepun. Negara kau juga negaraku, jom kita duduk sembang. Kena rokok sebatang 2, 3, 4, sekotak kalau sempat. Mungkin kau kan faham, aku bukan pendatang. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Engkau nak aku jadi yang menurut perintah. Aku tanya kenapa, engkau jawab entah. Tapi pendirian kau tetap tak terbuka pada wacana. Na 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 na. Engkau kata perjuanganku bagai derhaka, tapi derhaka dulu kini jadi pusaka. Di negara kau, negaraku, jom kita duduk sembang. Kena rokok sebatang 2, 3, 4, sekotak kalau sempat. Mungkin kau kan faham, aku bukan pendatang. Order teh tarik 2 gelas. Tak payah ancam Mei 13. Jom kita duduk sembang, kena rokok sebatang 2, 3, 4, sekotak kalau sempat. Mungkin kau kan faham, aku bukan pendatang. Jom kena rokok sebatang 2, 3, 4, sekotak kalau sempat. Mungkin kau kan faham, aku bukan pendatang. Kena rokok sebatang 4, sekotak kalau sempat. Mungkin kau kan faham. Ladies and gentlemen, Riz Rashid on guitar, Chris Chong on bass, Leong Kawin on percussions. My name is Brian Gomez, and aku bukan pendatang. Thank you guys. We got more shows coming up for you after this. Thank you for staying. Good night. Okay, we've got a call for an encore. And since it's my pang, we're gonna do an Indonesian song for you guys. Any of you guys from Indonesia over here? You guys might want to sing along to this one. This is by Iwan Fals. It's called Bongkar. Kalau cinta sudah dibuat, jangan harapkan keadilan akan datang. Kesedihan hanya tontonan bagi mereka yang diperbudak jabatan. Oh ya, oh ya, oh ya, bongkar. Oh ya, oh ya, oh ya, bongkar. Sabar dan tunggu, itu jawaban yang kami terima. Ternyata harus selan, robohkan setan yang berdiri mengangkang. Oh ya, oh ya, oh ya, bongkar. Oh ya, oh ya, oh ya, bongkar. Oh ya, oh ya, oh ya, bongkar. Oh ya, oh ya, bongkar. Penindasan serta kesewenang-wenangan, banyak lagi, teramat banyak untuk disebutkan. Oh, hentikan, jangan diteruskan. Kami muak dengan ketidakpastian dan keserakahan. Di jalanan kami sandarkan cita-cita, sebab di rumah tak ada lagi yang bisa dipercaya. Orang tua, pandanglah kami sebagai manusia. Kami bertanya, tolong kau jawab dengan cinta. Oh ya, oh ya, oh ya, bongkar. Oh ya, oh ya, oh ya, bongkar. Thank you guys. Good night.
Woo, thanks, Brian. And the have-nots, Brian Gomez and the have-nots. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more performances for you before we end the evening. As soon as we can get the stage cleared, I will quickly announce our next performers, the group of performers. Earlier, we saw a group of performers from Sabah, and now we will have a group of performers from Sarawak. So please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome our friends from Sarawak. Dipersilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening. Sarawak is one of the 2 East Malaysian states, and in Sarawak there is a group which is about 5% of the Sarawak's population, that is the Orang Ulu group. They comprise of various small ethnic communities. So here we are going to see the Orang Ulu performance. They are going to do the long dance and some Kenyah song. In the Orang Ulu group, there is a small group which is called the Kenyah. They are going to play that. So I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to give a big applause to the group from Sarawak. And this instrument is called a sape. It's an Orang Ulu instrument, a guitar-like a string instrument. Soundman, the sound.
tăng lần nhớ lại nhi tăng nhớ lại bờ nhớ lan la văn u ba nhi tăng nhớ lại lần mơ nhớ lan la lối nào nơ giờ la ma lo telu tiang adem na man lan ma la na
kajai lo telu tiang adeng alam ini alam ini alam ini tay nai lo tiang adeng sao sungai sungai limo kanan uban sao sungai limo tức lăn lối
High fives for performers from Sarawak. Again, another round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, to wrap up our evening, we have a group of performers from Myanmar. So please welcome on stage our friends from Myanmar who will also close off our program for this evening. Dipersilakan. Come.
Okay.
Some more mics.
Hello everybody. It's very late at night, but I'm glad that you all stayed to watch our Myanmar dance. Actually, it's not a typical Myanmar dance, it's a dance of the Shan, which is one ethnic group from Myanmar. So please enjoy, and if you feel like it, you can even come up and join us and dance along with us. Okay, come on.
Sóng nhà mà đi dạo thềm thềm lưu nhà lên chính lấy để sau nhau sâu thế nên nuôi tùy thoại nhà mình sông rẽ rồi nên lùi đi ghé á cha lỡ sau lì ghé chứ lấy bao sâu mà ye yo xa đi thế yên cô lệ quê yo xa đi thế yên cô lệ quê xin ngân giá mà ca đi về đừng cô hữu xin ra cao nghề không ca lắm mong ca hà thao mô trái như đã lì yêu nhà xin thằng người mà dù ya quê rồi xí đại quê xí ya không ca lắm mong ca hà thao mô shine in the hallelujah. Everybody, come on. The big tiger, big tiger. Roll the tiger. Vì nhau để sống với nhau là vì giàu ngày lưu âm nhỏ này chưa ly để sau nhau rồi để đến hết với đòi làm này so ready nearly again I tell the sau này nghe chưa ly vô sâu qua ye cho ra đi thế cô anh lê quê ra đi thế cô anh lê quê không ca chưa nên ra mà ca đề nó cô đủ xin nhà ca nề không ca làm không ca hà thao mò sẽ như lì yêu ya xích ta lên mà chú ya quê rồi xí lại quê chết sẽ ya không ca làm không ca hà thao mò sẽ như lì yêu ya nhau mò sẽ như lì yêu ya nhau mò sẽ như lì yêu ya.
I hope you enjoyed our dance. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much to all of our performers, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I've got 2 mics now. So, thank you. I only have 1 mic left. Okay. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the evening. Please do get some rest, as the next couple of days will be quite heavy for you. And have a good conference, and see you soon. Assalamualaikum, good night, and have a good rest. Bye-bye.
It's more like 1,000 things that all add up to love. Sometimes I look when you don't see, and a wave of affection comes a wash